Right. Good morning, you lovely lot. Let's get on with it. We're going to try something a bit different today. We normally stream to Twitch, but instead, I'm going to try and stream to X. Got no idea how it works. I mean, I've got it up. Um, yeah, I think we're just going to see how it goes. See where it pops up and whatever else is going on. It does show it on the profile. It's pretty interesting. See how we get on. I don't know. I've got absolutely no idea how the chat works or anything. I think anybody can chat. We're just see how we get on, I think. Right, so what we did last night, very quick recap. Yesterday's stream, really good. It's the highest number of viewers that we've had to date. So that's a massive win. Yesterday, looking at the board, we got the certificates. Words. I'm so tired. We got the certification section in. We can now upload the certificates onto your personal profile. It's just another flex. So if you're highly certificated through AWS or Scrum.org or Scrum Alliance or any of those, 𝐭𝐫, all of that lot, you can add that to your profile now. So that's pretty cool. We have built out the Stripe connector. So the Stripe connector now surfaces, if you turn it on anyway, your your data for the platform to the front end. So you can come in, you connect your Stripe, you add your API key, and then you can view your MRR, ARR revenue, your customers and your active subscriptions. We have got big donuts all the way across the board at the minute, but that's okay because we're not actively pushing anything. Off the back of that, I have reached out to someone at Stripe from the UK startups team to see if we can get access to Stripe Connect. So rather than using an API key, we'll see if we can actually just link it in. You can just click and then it connects you. That should be so much easier if we can get that a thing. Then yesterday, late after the stream, we got the company's house connector in, which is more specific to the UK. But if your company is registered on Company's House, you can now link that up, and it's just basically a massive validation that you've set your business up, you're incorporated, I guess, in the UK. If that's a thing, I don't know. And then finally, the last thing we did last night was get the post hog connector in. So with the post hog connector, you can see it on the screen now. You can basically define what shows as active users and things like that. And what that pulls through is your active users, your weekly active users, your daily active users on average, the stickiness, and then you've got your visitors and your page views. So all of that pulls through. That all comes through onto your public profile as well. You can set this up so you've got your key metrics here. I'm not sure the traffic's public. I don't think the stickiness and things like that are public, but we can turn all of those on. There's no reason not to. Daily active users, public, weekly active users, active users. Perfect. So yeah, that is all on. I think all of the connectors are currently public. So if I now come on to the front end, we have a little look here. We have the start of our key metrics, the start of our great big data room. So for anyone that is new or that's just joining in, essentially we are creating a product for founders and for startups and for VCs and investors. It's kind of a two-pronged thing here. What we're doing is hoping to bridge the gap between you building your startup and actually seeking investment. So over the last few months, I've been speaking to people from venture capital firms. I've been speaking to angel investors. We've been to training events. We've been to boot camps. And what is very evident is that in the world of AI at the moment, there is no real single source of data feeds. And the way that due diligence is currently done in the venture capital market is a bit broken. It's still a bit chaotic. Still involves a lot of going out and finding everything firsthand. But what we're aiming to do with Fons is to create that live living data room, which surfaces things like the key metrics, And then in here, you've got your data room aspects like your cap table. So you can upload your cap table, incorporations and articles, IP assignments, finance models, and everything like that. And what that is going to do is then surface that evidence directly to any investors that join the platform, that get a seat. They can come in here, they can see all of your stats live, they can see all of your documents in one single place. So we're building that connector between the startups and the founders by essentially educating them on what they need to provide to receive capital. And then on the flip side, the VCs and the angel investors, we're then providing them the platform, a simple one-pager profile almost, if you will, to get all of the information that they need about the business rather than going to many data sources. So the plan is over the next weeks, months, is just to keep building out all of the connectors. We have 44 connectors that are currently in the pipeline that we need to build on. I think we've got 3 or 4 in at the moment. We need to do a massive refresh on the website because the positioning of the product hasn't changed. I just really struggled to articulate it. But after last week and going to the boot camp, it really helped me sort of refine not my thesis, but the way that we're going to go to market with this product. So that's the plan. We're just going to keep building. We need to tidy a lot of this up. It still looks a little bit messy. At some point, I would really like to get the voice agent back in. I know it's a little bit janky, you know, but navigating through the profiles and through the menus, and actually speaking to the agent to provide the feedback and get the connections working and things like that, it feels futuristic. I think it could be quite sticky, you know. You say, show me my company profile, and it tabs across the company. Okay, cool. Now open the key metrics and let's connect to Stripe, and then it connects to Stripe. You know, basic things like that. That voice navigation that feels like you're connected into the system is something that I'm really aiming to achieve. So with that in mind, let's have a little look on where we left off last night. So this morning I patched up a little bit of the post-hog integration. So the way I built it originally was around events, but inside of post-hog, and I've nothing to hide here, you've got your product analytics in here, and I'm hoping that the way that most people use post-hog is to use this to basically build out their filters. And with their filters, what I'm hoping they do is create a filter for their users, right? So in here, they've got active users down here, but this active users needs to be specific to the platform. Where it was falling short is it was assuming that everybody that visited the website was an active user, which is obviously not the case. So we've patched that up this morning. So what you can do now is come into here. You've got all tracked activity, a saved post hog insight, which is the recommended. So you can come in here and do active users or whatever you want to track specifically in there. Events are still in there. So there's going to be a way that you can sort of add specific events. So if you want to find like a login event or something like that, or you create a login event, you can add that. That's probably quite useful for those that are more interconnected with post-hog, that understand how the event tracking works. I'll probably create a bit of a guide that sort of attaches to this at some point. I think for now that is pulling through okay. So page views over the last 30 days, let's just have a check to make sure that that's about right. We got page views 1.01k. It's a bit annoying that it doesn't give you the actual number, but I mean it's over 1.01. Close enough. I think it's probably rounding up, but that's fine. Bounce rate and things like that, I don't think it's got the bounce rate, but I think it's coming along. I need to build out that company profile a little bit more, just to add a bit more information and to clean it up a little bit. Like at the moment it's a little bit scrappy. It's got all of the information, it does not look how I want it to look, so that's okay. That is okay. Right, where are we going? So let's get started for the day then. So let's just wrap up while we've still got a little bit of Fable usage left. Are there any outstanding tasks that need to be completed for PostHog? Can you create a backlog item under the product backlog to clean up the display and the UI for the key metrics page to make it more simple and clean, as currently there are hidden drop downs and things like that? Okay. Throw that in the middle today. Close all of the settlers stuff down. We're not going to be dealing with that for the rest of the day. Move these tabs into there. Lovely. Okay, need to at some point have a little run over that board because there's a lot of stuff on there that is still relevant, but it needs breaking down a little bit. That in a bit of a rush after the last event. See what we're gonna do. Let's get a bit of music going. Try and lock in a little bit. Wow. That is a wake the fuck up, that is. Right. Let's get cracking. Okay, I don't think there's anything outstanding for PostHog. Looking at this, it's chugging at the moment. Right, oh no, tell a lie. What we got? One action, refresh the workspace tab, that's fine, that's working. Let's just make sure that that does definitely work. Let's go with active users 30 days, save and resync. Nice, okay, perfect, that's working as expected. That's really good. Identified mode, one of the what's this? Identified only mode. So the one real residual, right, Fons doesn't call PostHog identifier after a user signs in. The PostHog counts anonymous cookieless IDs. Okay. We should probably fix that. So let's fix the identified only mode If this is something that I need to do inside the platform, make it clear and concise. Otherwise, please go ahead and implement this. You know, people saying that they've launched on Product Hunt and they've just been absolutely smashed by emails. Yep. See, the Product Hunt hype train is just... I'm not going to sit here and knock Product Hunt, right? Like, I know it's really good for a lot of things, and I am going to launch Fons on it once we're at a point where we've got a viable product. However, I got smashed on LinkedIn, absolutely smashed with people selling services to boost them. Got smashed with emails of people trying to boost on there too. Killer, absolutely killer. And it genuinely makes you wonder whether the products that are hitting the top are actually boosted at all, or whether they are the ones that have just built a genuine campaign. You know, it's really hard to determine that. Love it. What are we looking at? Let's have a look. Okay, while that is building out the rest of the post hog things, let's spin up another agent, right? There's no point waiting. So I'm going to switch off a Fable at this point. So whilst the other agent is building out the identified parts for post hog, let's move on to the next integrations. think under the con-15 ticket, we had 2 more products that needed adding. These were plausible and fathom. I think that we should also work towards putting in mixed panel and amplitude now, rather than adding them as request buttons, as they are both key platforms that are used by many founders. Fine, they've got 2 concurrent work trees going. Okay, so that is chugging. What else are we missing? I think we probably need to kick Figma back up and then start thinking about how we want to actually redo the page. I went on a bit of a rampage last night trying to pull together what a dashboard would look like to basically show everything that is being connected in each of the tabs in one place, and it got a little bit out of hand. I think it got to about 1/2 and I was just copying and pasting and spamming links into a channel on Discord. But we did come across some really cool looking ones, which is exactly what I want. Right. Okay, I'm going to do exactly what I did yesterday because it's really off-putting. The stream delay on Restream is just completely ridiculous. So I'm going to edit source and delete it, and now it's gone. And now I'm going to stop watching it, and I'll just keep the chat open. I know that no one from Restream is ever actually going to see this, but they either need to catch up with their preview, or they need to just kill it off because it is so distracting. I think I've got a post going out this afternoon on LinkedIn as well. I need to make sure that that's all correct before it goes out. I think it's right. Right, let's have a look. That's running. See what's happening for plausible. I need someone ideally that uses mixed panel or amplitude to come and test that out, because I don't use either of them. So there's got to be, is there something similar to Restream that lets you do like many sources? Caster? What's caster? Let's have a little look at that. So multi-stream, let's have a look at their multi-streaming. Stream it to multiple platforms. Link your platforms, they take care of the distribution, complete control. Do they have chat in a single place? Because that is very much the draw to Restream. So yeah, chat, I'm blind. See again, starter pack, 3 concurrent streams, and it's a similar price to that's fine. Right, how deep should the mixed panel and amplitude analytic connectors go? Let's do full parity, right? Matching post hog. What have we got? New potential carols, fast forward. Nope, let's do it. Let's just go full parity now. What's the point in waiting, right? We're going to build features, we might as well push the full things out. Right, best multi-stream platform. Let's have a look. Restream, StreamYard. Have a look at StreamYard. Product. Multi-stream. Reach platforms all at once, no extra strain on your connection, all of your chats in one place. That sounds promising. How much does it cost? That's mega expensive. Might as well just stick with Restream. There we go, that was easy. Actually, with Restream, you've got how do I upgrade? There, upgrade. Don't need a business plan. Definitely don't need 8 channels at once. That's a bit nuts. So what have we got then? Video loop and 10 video slots. £19 a month for 3 channels, £49 a month for 5. The professional's got 2 team seats. I don't need 2 team seats. What I need is more channels at once. But then it's also got landscape and portrait streaming. That's good because that means I could possibly also push it to TikTok too. I don't know if there's a market for TikTok. So we've got Twitch, YouTube, X, Instagram, Facebook. Yeah, see, 5 channels isn't enough. It jumps from 5 to 8. You know, going from professional to business, it's $49 a month to $239 a month. That's outrageous. I wonder if there's some sort of clever way to just build it, you know, run it locally. Have a look at the Streamlabs offering as well, if that's any better. Streamlabs, multi-stream. But that's part of their Ultra package. Let's have a little look at that. So what can we do? Oh, stop. Right, so what have we got? 1,000+ premium scene overlays, premium widgets, full desktop app library, custom tip page, don't really care about that, reactive stream overlays. The Ultra Plus has got a one-on-one streamer success call. That could be quite interesting. Tech support, dedicated Streamlabs contact, semi-annual streamer success check-ins, higher Streamlabs, AI use. Don't need that. Multi-streaming. So that's not got LinkedIn on there though. I'm sure you can stream to LinkedIn, or am I going mad? But that has got Instagram, it's got X, it's got Kick. I've got Kick as well. Not that I really use it, but I've got it. I think I need to look into that. $27 a month. Multi-stream. Let's have a look on here. Free multi-stream with dual output. So the dual output's got that. See, that's got the vertical mode as well, which is good. Connects all of the chats. Multi-stream from any streaming software. Which device is mid-stream? That's crazy. So that's got Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Kick, Facebook, Instagram, Patreon, X, and then any additional platforms using the custom RTMP connectors. I don't know. What other channels can you add to Restream. Oh, they've got lots. They've got lots. Lots. So the main one that's missing for me is LinkedIn. It would be quite interesting to stream to LinkedIn, because I don't know anyone else that does it. So, okay, let me just amuse myself. So LinkedIn streaming. Okay, LinkedIn streaming. LinkedIn Live. That's what it's called, LinkedIn Live. Host a broadcast. You or your company must meet the specific criteria. Have a strong recording of adhering to LinkedIn's professional community policies. That's fine. Reaching a minimum baseline of 150 followers, enabling creator mode if broadcasting from a personal profile. Okay. Then you choose a tool, select and approve LinkedIn Live partners such as Streamlard. LinkedIn preferred partners. They've got an RTMP connection, that's fine, so we could do that. It's a bit annoying that Streamlabs doesn't have them, to be honest with you. But then Streamlabs is very much gaming, so I suppose that's probably right. So I think Streamlabs Ultra is probably better. It has obviously got the overlays and stuff like that as well, whereas Restream is just, I don't really know. It's got the clips, but if I'm not using the clips, does it really matter? There's probably another platform that I can just plug that into that does the same thing. So, okay. Right, company metrics, fine. Mixpanel's query API cannot produce rolling monthly active users and weekly active users. Amplitude does, so that's good. Amplitude's full parity. Mixpanel's honest maximum is daily active users and then retention cohorts. Mixpanel, found a gap in your product. think what we're going to do today, while that's chugging in the background, is have a little look on Dribbble to see if I can find something interesting, like a connectors page or something like that. Like an integrations page or something like that. Exactly like this. There we go. Now it continues. Now I'm going back into my channel. We're going to add a new private channel for integrations page. And we're just going to start dumping screenshots in, get a bit of inspiration, and then we'll move that into Figma, and then we'll design something. This is exactly the sort of thing that I'm envisioning, possibly with each of these tabs being for each of the different types of data that surfaced. You've got a view all, and it'll just ping all of them down, and then you'll have finance, you'll have products, you'll have everything else in there. Dribbble is honestly so good for getting inspiration. I'd never ever recommend just copying something like for like, but you can use this to get so much insight into how a lot of the leaders are doing it. When I say leaders, I mean kind of like the industry leaders for like the bigger platforms and things like that. Like here, this is a fantastic view as well. Like this is something that you see up the left hand side. So one of the problems that we have with the shell of the application at the moment is that, you know, it's got one company and then one product. But if you're a multi-time founder, you're going to have multiple companies. So we need to build for that, and that probably needs to live in that left-hand panel here. So one of the original designs that we did for Fons had that left-hand panel where you could sort of click through each of your businesses. It kind of worked, I'm going to say a bit like Discord or a bit like Slack, where you've got your different channels up the side and you could sort of select through them, and then it gave you the bits inside of it. And I think that's possibly the direction that we need to go. So then actually the way that the app surfaces it is you have your founders page, and that's fine. You can go into that. That lives as its own sort of entity at the top, and then you've got your companies, and then when you click on one of the company pages underneath it, you've got your product pages underneath it or something like that. Or products just lives inside of here, so you've got your company bits in here, and then you've got a product section which is specifically for sort of shilling the product, setting up the distribution, the descriptions and things like that to create the profile for the product. Yeah, that's really nice actually. That's pretty much what I was after. This I'm going to save. This is going to live on the new homepage for the website. So we'll have all of the little logos on there, and we can sort of show how it interlinks and things like that. That's brilliant. Not quite what I was after in terms of actually showing the integrations. This is a much better one. Yeah, this is nice. It's a freebie in Figma. I don't really want that. I do like to try and build some stuff myself. Just keeps me fresh with Figma. Obviously designing it, and then you can really sort of piece together what you want. What do I think of this one? It's the strangest mock-up. That's quite nice though. It's clean. I'm not sure whether I want them as cards. I suppose if I do them as cards, I can add a small description underneath them of what they provide as well. Try and give you an example. Let me get Figma up. Where are you? There. So with something like that, what you could potentially do is, let me grab that. Where's that screenshot? Oh, grab that. In here you've got your cards, each card. A bit like that. Let's just scale it down. Right, so that's your card. You've then got your little icon. Just for the sake of doing this quickly, I'm going to grab this one. Grab that, chuck that on that. Oh, don't do that. You'd have your little connector icon there. You've got your manager at the bottom, but what I would probably do is have the little pills. We've got like little pills that sort of show connected. I don't know if I've got them. Got them anywhere in here? Not really. In there. Just grab one of them. It's close enough. And then actually in here you'd have a, let's just say you'd have something like MRR, and that into like a little micro pill. Put that in there, and then you'd have pills for each of them, so then it can show what each of the integrations actually have. So let's say you're with a particular, I don't know, service or whatever at the moment. Let's just say, you know what, PostHog's a great example, right? Because we've just found a problem with Mixpanel. So PostHog shows everything, but Mixpanel only shows certain things. So actually you could then come in here and say, right, okay, well PostHog has got this and this and this and this, which is obviously more. I can add more evidence to my profile than what I can with Mixpanel. So maybe I should consider going across to PostHog. And then we have a sign up link through PostHog and things like that. I think it would just naturally guide people to pick better solutions. That's perfect. That's a really good idea. Just need to build that out into something a bit more extensive. Well, that's a good insight. That's a good way of looking at things. Let's come back to here and let's carry on our binge. See what else we can find. They've got the micro pills there. I like the popular tab. Like if you've got a new founder and they don't really know what to use to track something, having that as a suggestion and then maybe a referral sign up link or something like that could be really good. What's this one? See, that's more. That's okay. I think that's fine, but that is a lot less visually appealing. I'll save it anyway. I'll add that to the collection. Again, this is another one that's using that left navigation and then the inset. But what we want to do, like I've said, is have it so, you know, we've got the data and traction evidence, team evidence, blah 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 blah, right? These market evidence, finance evidence, and things like that. The connectors should link one-to-one with each of them in some sort of way. Cash in the bank. Right, what have we got? Okay, cool. So the update has just finished with the post hog integration for using the identified only. So Fons now identifies signed in users to post hog. So every visitor was anonymous, and because there's no consent tier in the cookie list, same person could be counted as several users across days. So that's really good. Now when someone signs in and has accepted the cookies, their events are linked to their account ID. Connector gained the signed in identified users only definition. Let's have a look at that, shall we? Signed in users only. We're going to count that as an active user. That's good. Needs to drop these horrible pills though. But what did that actually do? Let's sync that. I don't know how much I believe that. Honest with you. There we go. But then again, I'm quite surprised by that, because that has, I think, just broken something. Because we do have actual users. So drop down now knows how many connected project actually has in the last 30 days. If it's a 0, it warns the founder. I think we need to look into the identified users again, because Fons is showing active users, weekly active users and daily active users as 0, but we do have signups and we do have active users, including myself, so it should be at least 1, so I'm not really sure what's happening there and where it's falling short. Right, it looks like plausible, fathom, amplitude and mixed panel are nearly in. Huge. something's not quite working there. Why is that not working then? See, this is the joy of having all of the MCP connectors into your your development environment, right? Like if you come back and you say it's not working, no, PostHog is already CLI'd into it and MCP'd into it. Actually, both of them I think are connected. I actually think the biggest problem at the minute is usage. I need to probably bump up to a max 20 plan, I think. The way that things are pushing at the moment, just burning through it way too quickly. Right, let's have a look. Right, work tree's clean, brilliant, which means that plausible and all of the others are going in. I do think probably sooner rather than later I need to set up the connectors, the actual connector page. Hello, mate. And I think, looking at what I've pulled out, I think the first one probably the most promising. But, and this is where it gets interesting, if someone's got multiple companies, they need to have connectors per company. And I don't know today how that's stored. I can't picture it in my head. Okay, so plausible and fathom are up. So plausible pulls through the traffic, fathom pulls through the traffic, visitors and page views over a 28-day period. Amplitude has got full parity, so it's got monthly active users, weekly active users, daily average active users, stickiness and 30-day growth, plus the 1 month, 3 month, 6 month retention. So that's really good. I need someone to test them though. Mixed panel has got the daily active users as an extract, so that's probably only going to be able to pull once a day or something like that. And then it's got the 1 month, 3 month, 6 month retention. Mixed panel really doesn't look that simple. Also got no idea where that comes through. What's that doing? That's fine. Ah, it's not shipped yet, that's probably why. Merge and deploy now, it's fine. Didn't have any conflicts. Yeah, no conflicts. It does run in a separate work tree, so I don't know why they didn't just push that. Maybe. Let's have a look back at those screenshots. The other thing that's bugging me, I'm writing this down because it's going to keep pissing me off. The avatar at the top just shows LR. It doesn't show the founder profile avatar. Why? Oh, alright. Avatar does not go founder avatar. Which is mad. Why? Fling it at the board and hope it sticks. Oh, up to 71 interactions. We've not had any new countries. Not yet. Oh no, people are clicking my really bad website link. Oh no. I have to take that off the profile. Let's add the settlers link and we'll do ready, set, launch. There we go. Let's add them on there instead. I want them to pull through the little favicons as well. That's something else for a rainy day. They just look a bit bland, don't they? The additional links. It looks a bit shit. Up there. Right, so that should now be shipped, and I think this is probably the point. Where are they? Yeah, here. Right, this is the point where we need to probably take a little bit of a pause, I think, and have a little bit of a fix up. So we need the interface to be multi-dimensional, right? So we've got revenue and growth, we've got unit economics, we've got cash and runway, usage and retention, traffic, and then customers. Let's think about this. let's think about this. So, how do we want to show this? Time to get back in Figma, I think. I think this is going to need a full page rework. I don't know if I've got screenshots from the old one, local. That dead. Balls. Must be on here somewhere. Maybe it's in Figma. Yeah, here we go. So this is what it used to look like, and I think this is probably the structure that we're going to have to return to. But then instead of it being conversational, which is where this all started, this will have, let's, oh, have that as the master. Yeah, see, that was originally going to be the all-encompassing marketing page, and okay, where's the master one? Unlock that a second and copy it. So let's come over here, whop that in there, and let's have a little think about how we want to do this. So what did we like on the other ones? I want to take a copy of this and pop that into here, because this gives us the idea for the left hand panel, right? I think that's just copied in frustratingly. I'm going to have to probably redesign that on here. Have I not got... Is that not... There's just images on all of them. That's frustrating. Have I got one with the shrunk nav? No. Okay, right, we are going to have to do some proper work then. Proper work today. Right. So that will go up in the top. That makes up that side panel. Then there will be a divider. Let me... I've got the divider on here. Yeah, just about. That divider is going to live up the side. I'm going to snap onto that. Okay. way that that worked is that that had sort of like framed icons up the side, and each of those icons was the company. So what we would probably have is a shit. Where is the keep changing the box here. So we want a little profile icon. Like just be a little icon with the founder's avatar. Just snip that out of there for now. Got the profile. Pretty hard to determine the size of that. You're going to have your founder's profile, and then you'll have your company profile underneath. Which in case is going to be I think that little sidebar is probably going to need to be white. We can keep the canvas as the grainy gradient. I think that is going to need to be probably that colour. Under there, so that's separate. If we keep it clean like this, it means that the light mode, dark mode is going to switch really cleanly. The alternative is we go for this like faded, not really sure what you'd describe it as, like transparent, kind of like. Sort of thing, I don't know. Anyway, let's not worry about that too much for now. And then there's going to have to be another inside panel, and that inside panel is going to pull the context from the selected menu. So in here, what we would need to show is details, key metrics, blah 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 blah. Right. I'm going to very roughly mock this up. And actually what that would do is give us more room for everything else. But I would probably break it out a bit cleaner than this. So instead you've got the company name there. We'd have something like under details, we could break that out. Everything that's actually in the section. You could have like I probably wouldn't go as granular as like logo and things like that. Just have something like company setup or something like that. And then in there I'd have company setup, you'd have narrative. Inside of the narrative you'd have your problem, solution, why now, sourcing facts. And maybe something like additional links or something along those lines. You might not need that, you know, you could just have like it all on a single page because you're no longer constrained by that tiny box in the middle. And I think you'd still have your kind of like percentage in here. So 33% or whatever. And then maybe you would have that completion bar. In here, which oh yeah, I remade it, didn't I? It's over there. Copy that and then slap that into here. those lines. Then we could break it up into sections. And this section, group that together. And then you're like, right, cool, okay, that's the details section. Then you've got your metrics. Can't spell. But then if I do that, that's not actually solving the problem. It kind of does with the key metrics. But what we actually, I think what we're actually looking to do is get those key metrics into their own thing. Where it gets complicated, because I want to basically have like a connectors page. It needs to be something for connectors. Maybe the metrics is kind of like its own thing. The other thing I was looking at yesterday, I think I said this earlier, was the actual dashboards. The way that the dashboards work is more, I would say that the dashboards are more connection first or more agent first. Maybe that's how it needs to be. Maybe each profile is a dashboard, if that makes any sense at all. Because what you're doing is you're just going through filling in sections. So actually, what if it was a dashboard and elements of that dashboard were just grayed out, and then you sort of like just clicked to connect or clicked to fill it in. And that way, with your personal profile, you've got your connections and things like that, your LinkedIn, your GitHub, your X. You've got just a very clear panel somewhere on it where you just click connect, or click add a link. Okay, let's come back to we'll change of tact here. I need to think about this before we add any more connections, because it's going to become very unmanageable very quickly. Before I do anything else, let me scribble down the rest of the connectors that we've added, because that is going to be something that I need to add in my end of week report. So we've got plausible, fathom, amplitude, and mix panel. That's a really strong stack actually, really strong. Okay. Okay. This is where then we need to switch this up. Is going to start with the company this time. Personal profiles are working fine. I need to get the company working. Needs to work for us, this does. I'll tell you what, maybe we leave that top navigation alone. Maybe the top navigation stays exactly as it is today. And we go down a different path. Leave that. And copy out this one instead. The same size as that. Gonna look a bit mad for 2 minutes. So we're going to paste that straight in there. That's not going to change. Copy that into there. That's not going to change. We need to make it filed. So we're going to need to create a put that over there. And then there's going to be loads of different tiles on here, is how I'm sort of picturing it. Hard to picture it. Having here something like it would say like MRR. What are they showing them on there? We can make this a little bit more friendly. We'll keep it short and sweet, and then the MRR and has the value underneath it. Then actually every metric becomes its own card. Rather than it saying verified, show the logo for Stripe. Let's go to Grafana is kind of like one of those examples that can be modified quite deeply. Sort of think if you've got, where have I lost it? Actually that then becomes a card, and if you don't have that, it then basically shows up as like a missing value maybe. Or we change tact on that and we go something like a little selector for each of them. Then that becomes its own thing. Then got unit economics. Then got cash. Right. Can be smaller because there's only a few bits in there. Got your usage. Traffic. Not in any particular order. Website traffic. And then finally your customers. We can wrap that into kind of like a single dashboard sort of thing. Just thinking what the best way would be to piece all of this together. Obviously they don't need to be that big. I'm gonna have to go and grab a drink in a minute. Navigation. Right. Let's take a small step back on that. A bit holding. So, what we got? Okay, so there was a bug with the post-hog sessions. Identify a call never fired for a real session. The code tells post-hog this visitor is user X, was wired into one profile function, but the workspace boot doesn't use that function. On a normal page, the shell fetches everything in one combined API workspace call. Publish analytics identity helper. Called from every path that receives a fresh profile. Boot read, cache profiles. Right, so it's running. Okay. Not Figma. Not that as well. We don't need that. Go away. Okay. Come back to that. Right. Okay. So, what was it doing? It's still showing 0 though. Maybe it just needs to sync. I don't think that's working. Okay, just amuse myself a second. Log out, I'm back in. Does that update to 1 now? Yes. Yes, it does. Okay, so it's fine then. Fine, okay. That's fine. There's no backfill because it didn't exist before. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to take a quick pause here. I'm going to go and grab a drink, so I will be back in a few minutes. Right. So then. So then, let's get a bit of Fable usage in while we still can. Right, we're at a point now where we're adding more and more. Why did that cut out? We're at a point now where we're adding more and more connections and we're running out of space to actually visualize them. So I think now might be a really good time to look at the dashboard tab to see how we can create a interactive dashboard which shows all of the statistics, and the missing statistics you can click to then assign connectors to it. I've been looking at a couple of different dashboard providers. I looked at Grafana and I've looked through Dribbble to look at the sort of like ultra modern dashboards that most new businesses are showing. I'll attach a couple of examples of the ones that I like. I think that the dashboard itself could act as a multi-point. It could be as a as an overview for the profile, the company and the product to surface the most recent like missing piece of information, or the most relevant missing thing, or the most recommended action. I think it needs to serve as a place where we can see all of the connectors, and it needs to show what connections we're missing to bring data parity into real time. We've already got some dashboard backlog tickets, so have a look through them and make sure that this ask aligns to them, and we should go down that route now before we start adding any more integrations, so they're clearly visible and the user can actually see their stats live in a dashboard templated format, which I would like ideally for them to be able to manipulate, so they can move the cards around and they can add widgets and things like that. Inspiration from that is, I can't remember what the platform's called. What's it called? What is this platform? Metabase, where the user can also create their own custom dashboard by adding widgets, resizing them and things like that. If there's some sort of existing package that allows that type of creation, some sort of React module for that, let's reuse that rather than trying to create something from scratch. Right, let's get that cooking. Let's see what it can come up with. Right, okay, so what already exists then? Dashboard stuff. Let's get the example sent in first. That's a really good question. What do? Do we land on the dashboard or do we land on the home profile? Probably the dashboard, I would have said. And in answer to your question, yes, I think the dashboard does become the auth landing page rather than landing directly on the profile of the company or the product. This is going to be the central driving point moving forward. So when someone comes in, they get a really clear picture of how investment ready their company is based on the connectors and the information they've provided. And it then becomes the point where they can click out. They could click on any sort of grayed out tabs that don't have the information that's required to be shown, or they can go through the recommended actions on the dashboard to start filling in the blanks, and once it's clicked, it takes the user to that point on the profile of the company or the product tab to get them to start completing it. As for the actual design of the dashboard itself, I do want it to be in keeping with the design.md document. It's just the layout and the sort of ultra modern visuals and the way that it shows the connectors on them that I really like. Really interesting stuff going on at the minute. I'm trying to follow it all across X and everything else. Right, so what's it said? Took from the images, 2 sets, da 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 da. Okay, 8 type, widget vocabulary, stat tiles, one large hero chart. Excellent. This sounds like a good plan. It sounds like you've taken the correct points from the provided images. So let's switch over to Opus and let's implement -1, -2 and -3 to get everything in. I think that is now chugging. Quite interested to see what it's going to come up with.
Dreams survive when hearts don't. Neon skies still give hope.
Okay. chugging. So what's it doing? Map the shell view, metric storage. When are they turning off Babel today? I thought it would have been done already. Honestly, the amount of people that just spam the same thing over and over again on Twitter is just baffling. I feel like it's the same people connecting with the same people. I'm seeing so many people that are racking up like 100-gram bills with Anthropic. Just mental.
in time, lost in us, still searching for a touch. Silent tears, fading slow, city lights still glow.
Right, it is cooking, absolutely cooking. Cool. Right, once this dashboard thing is built out, then we can crack back on with all of the integrations. But at the moment, we're stuck. What's these reports? Fable 5 access could be a part of the Claude Pro 20X subscription. According to some reports, Fable 5 will be available in the Claude app for the max 20 users. Everyone else will be API only. I am not so sure about that.
Neon skies hold me close. Midnight calls through the rain. Silent thoughts hide the pain.
Right. I'm seeing some crazy numbers.
Cold blue
140 mil valuation for what?
skin,
is eBot7? That's some sort of voice model. It is. Pretty cool.
Midnight signals pull me close through the dark. Lost souls glow. Fading love, empty streets, broken dreams, endless beats. Still awake, still alone, searching for something whole.
See, just not gonna happen. LinkedIn is a funny place. Funny place. If you're not on it, you're disconnected from basically the commercial world. If you're connected to it, you're just stuck in a cesspit of people talking shit.
Neon skies, burning nights, never die. Feel the night. Breathe it slow. Cool night air, neon glow through the fog.
Right, let's have a little look. I didn't actually look at the say look, more usage and traffic sourcage. This is the problem with AI, right? It seems to like tell you everything. It tries to over-explain everything. What's plausible? Open plausible settings. Only the aggregate traffic, unique visitors and page viewers. Oh, Fathom. Well, I don't think I've actually ever looked at plausible.
Silent hearts, heavy souls.
Okay. What are they priced at? Traffic-based plans that match your growth. That is a really, really strange way to price. I don't think 500k monthly page views is too unrealistic. £49 a month. What is that exactly giving them? I like this bit though. Oh shit. Funded entirely by our subscribers. We're gonna save that. That's a nice little snip, that is. Because that's actually entirely what Fons is gonna be, right? Made in the UK. Can't really host it in the UK, not for cheap anyway. Because 𝐬𝐻𝐿 just seems to absolutely roll over everything. That's it, funded entirely by our subscribers. That's ultimately the position that I want to be in, right? I don't want, yeah, I don't want ideally to go down the VC route, because as soon as we go down the VC route, we're a little bit constrained with what we can do, I think. I've said this before though on other streams and on other different platforms and things like that. Whilst I'm not actively chasing VC or angel money or anything like that, what I am going to actively look to do once we have a product that is suitable for them is to get their feedback, you know, understand whether it would be a useful platform to them, then try and work backwards on the pricing. Because from what I gather, Harmonic is extremely expensive, like £500 a seat or more. So
after the rain, we remain broken hearts, feel the same.
what does plausible actually give them? Why plausible over post hog?
Cold blue lights on my face, empty streets, empty space.
I do like the way that they're going about it though, showing what matters, nothing more. And again, this is very much where we're going with Fons, right? There's a lot of noise around what data you should and shouldn't include, certainly in pitch decks and things like that. But if you can get all of that connected data, the right connected data, I think that's the key here, is getting the right data, showing that right data. That was plausible. Fathom was the other one. See, these are both really, really interesting takes on things, right? Plausible doesn't have this like crazy extensive site. They've got docs, blogs and stuff like that, but all of the why plausible stuff,
Silent thoughts
they are separate pages.
disappear.
You know, these are really, really good inspirations for what the Fons site could be.
Where we end, I don't know.
And I think that's ultimately what's going to sell here, because we're keeping it simple, we're keeping it brief. Originally, the big decision engine that I had was it had crazy sets of weightings and stuff like that, and I'm not saying that's not going to be like an advanced thing in the future, but that's going to be real sort of like it's going to be person by person taste, because not everybody is going to want to type out like loads of different content. Like, yeah, it's
City lights fade away. Still awake, still the same.
I fucking love trolling. The Mark Lau posted generate a startup name that sounds like it raised $10 million, and I put Fons on there and he said, wow, really love it. So I've come back, he just said raised a full $10 so far, we're shooting for the moon, let's get it. Oh dear. You gotta have fun with it. If you don't have fun with it, what are you doing? So, okay, while it's on my mind, Streamlabs, OBS, multi-stream, LinkedIn. I'm hoping, go live on LinkedIn with Talk Studio. Maybe you can multi-stream there. So there we go. Go to your LinkedIn page and request access to LinkedIn Live if you haven't already. How do I do that? How do we do that? Settings. It's not in there. I have no idea. Where is LinkedIn Live? LinkedIn Live. To broadcast a LinkedIn live stream, you must use a LinkedIn event combined with a third party. Why do you have to create an event? Okay. Once you meet all the criteria, there are 2 ways to trigger a review of your profile. Right, LinkedIn Live allows eligible members and pages to broadcast live video to a profile page or event. If you'd like to become one, review the create and host access criteria. Right. Audience space we've got. Notified immediately if your profile. Blah, 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 blah. But how do you start it? Like, how do you get your key? Event format, LinkedIn live stream. What a backwards way of doing things. But you can't. Can you just stream there without having to make an event for everything? It's all done via an event. What a strange way of doing things. Very weird. That's a really good point. So, a few people that I spoke to at the event said that they would be interested in testing. So maybe I need to just reach out to everybody that was at the event. That makes most sense, right? What else we got? What was the other one? Mix panel. This looks way too complicated. And then the other one was amplitude. See, that's crazy busy. That gives me anxiety. This is clean. That's super clean. Take a little bit of inspiration from that, I think. So I'm hoping what the dashboard will surface is the gaps. Cool, that's good. So we've had a response from the guy at Stripe, Steve. He's up for a bit of a chat next week, so I'm wondering whether we can potentially bake Stripe Connect into the platform. That'd be really cool. I know that they're really big on getting startups going and making sure that they basically have as much help as possible. So if I can get that in play, that'd be really good. Right, I think that is still chugging. We're getting close though. So I think what we're going to do is to try to spin 3 plates at once here. I'm not going to go down the route of Restream, I don't think. I think I'm going to go with Streamlabs OBS Ultra. I think that's just got more bang for your buck. It doesn't have the clipping, but then you pay more for clipping anyway with Restream. I like the idea of the premium widgets. Custom tip page and that sort of stuff doesn't really matter too much. Reactive stream overlays. I don't really know what the storage is for either. But I think we'll get signed up for that. Interesting. Sector mix. Da, 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 da. So what I need to do at some point is go back through the presentations and just make sure that there is parity between the deck and the deck and what we've got. I keep seeing this pop up, this Fastlane. Enter your website and Fastlane will create thousands of videos and social media accounts promoting your product in one click. Don't know how I feel about that. I feel like I need to try it. US and EU TikTok and Instagram accounts created from scratch, warmed up in your knees and managed in life. It's got UGC avatars. Create your own AI influencer. Pretty standard stuff. I don't like this idea of buying accounts. AI platform that helps your product get seen by your target customers. Simply type the URL and you're able to create, schedule viral trending content to your business straight to TikTok, Instagram and YouTube. Create content manually. Calendar, advanced analytics. $80 a month per account. See, this looks like this has just been so they're basically selling TikTok accounts. Consider me interested. Let's sign up and have a little look, see what it actually does. I'm not signing up with my Fons email because that's just going to get spammed and I know it. About your company, add a brand context. That's just slapping a really simple description, right? Actually, where was that one that I posted on there? There. Grab that out of there. Obsidian, I think it was. Is it an obsidian? Yes. Just slap that into there and see what it does. Let's see what it does. Processing. Free revenue. Both. Yes, it's SaaS. Services. Kind of an agency marketplace. I'm just curious. What do you expect from the platform? All of them, why not? Yes, yes. Yes. Oh, how did I hear about you? X. Blitz mode and then manual creation. Okay. Mad. This is actually pretty good. Alright. Alright. I never thought I'd admit this. Why is this really catchy? Alright, I'm sold. I'm sold. This is really good. This is gonna cook. This is so good. Oh, I can't show you this, but this is it. I've absolutely found the cheat code. What an what? Why is that so good? I was so skeptical about this, but this is really good. But does that use credits then every time I generate one of them? This does genuinely feel like a marketing hack. Why is this so catchy? Oh. I think the dashboard's still baking. Oh. This feels like a company that I can resonate with. This is really, really good. This is really good. Really, really good. I reckon with a good bit set up on that, you know, upload some of your own assets and stuff like that, that would absolutely rock it. That is a moonshot company, that is. That is somewhere I would put my money. That could be a really good partnership. We could do an affiliate program, I think. That's something to slap on the wall, I think. That could be a really good growth mechanism, because I think once a couple of people have got their companies on there and understand what they get out of it, they might as well get paid for it, right? Fastlane is the application that I've just been rolling up over. Looks really good. Right, Opus has been absolutely cooking, but we have only got 7% left of the session. He's giving me a bit of anxiety, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of thinking I might have to go up to the 20x plan. $180 a month. I mean, that would more or less uncap what I can do. Theoretically, an extra 15 times more than what I've currently got. Let's see if we get towards the limit before I make that commitment. really good point. Not a single human has ever spoken about using Gemini for coding. Why is Gemini so bad at coding when Google has scoured the web full of code for years? That is a very good question. One thing that I don't think Runway gives, just go back to a library, doesn't give you the descriptions. Which is a bit of a shame. It gives you the content, doesn't give you the other stuff that you need, I don't think. Music. That's really good. Right, it's building. about raising. Should we go? Should we go and have a little look? That's an open VC one. I've got to go to the open VC one. When is it? What's this? $3,070 deals currently on the startup database on OpenVC. Right, so that is -1 and -2 nearly shipped. Yeah, we're gonna hit the end of the limit though. Hopefully it'll push it soon. And we can have a little look at what it looks like. tin is on some smoke. They're doing some weird stuff with their marketing. I don't understand it. Come on. Like, what did they offer? I think they offered 30%, was it, for their affiliates? I'm gonna have to upgrade it. I'm clicking the button. Right, we're 20x in. I can't keep running out of session limits. Can't do it. Can't do it. It's killing me.
City breath, life and death. Every step, nothing left. Hands in my coat, I drift through the smoke. Your name in my chest, like a note held close. Tell me where we go when the moon hangs low. I keep moving slow, I keep letting go. City breath, life and death. Hold me close.
let's get Tuesday booked in. Do 10 o'clock. Perfect. Right, we are booked in with Stripe then for next Tuesday. The intention of trying to see if Stripe Connect could potentially work for Fons as a little one-click. Pretty strong offering. Instead of using the API key, which is a bit of faff to get, instead we've just got an auth connection to directly connect Stripe to it. And I think that this is probably a good opportunity to also see if there is some sort of affiliate or referral through that. So if anybody is pre-revenue and wants to set up a payment provider, maybe we can sort something out with Stripe, or if they go with Stripe, we could potentially get a small kickback. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I think they've offered that to others before. Usage limits have just disintegrated. Oh, that looks so much better. Potentially means that I can start running more agents as well. That'd be a good thing. Okay, let's compact that. I think we're slowly getting through the connection tickets. Open banking is going to be probably the strangest one.
Hands on the glass, watch it glow. Late night air on your skin. I can feel where you've been. Feel the sound down below. Pull me in, nice and slow. Let it go, moving slow. Let it go, down below. Feel the sound down below.
Oh, I really hope they don't get rid of Fable. Really, 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 really hope it doesn't go.
Lane lines blur on the hill. I'm awake, I'm here still. Silver haze on your mouth. You and me drift south. Feel the sound down below. Pull me in, nice and slow.
Whilst the dashboard is building, is there anything else that we need to do for these connections, or can we potentially look at one of the other connection tickets to see if we can start integrating with one of those?
Feel the sound
I've got a feeling that dashboard is going to be running for a long time.
Moving slow, your hand in mine through the afterglow. Let it go, let it flow. We don't
Wait, what?
need to hold it close. Fading glow.
Is that's not up?
Moving slow. Let it go, let it flow. Fading glow.
Right, so the next one is chart mogul and barometrics. Let's have a quick read. So, 4 connections need nothing more from us. Wired, deployed, da 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 da. Brilliant. So, the Wave 1.5 candidates, chart mogul, maximum reuse. It rides the exact revenue family key that we use for Stripe. Single API key. New work is the dedupe and reconcile logic when both of them are connected. That will be quite good. Downside, we don't have an account for that, so that's fine. We can find someone to test that. The one place we can build and fully validate ourselves today. Public APIs, no keys, no keys, no OAuth, no account needed. Hit real live endpoints and prove the numbers before it ships. App store is grey, product hunt is blocked, so I need to scope the clean 3 first. What should we do? I feel like GitHub, NPM, and PyPy is probably better.
Hold my pulse, then release. One more wave, one more piece.
So then we can then show activity. If we see that GitHub's being updated on a project, that would typically indicate that it is still a live and active project. That's a really good indicator rather than something that's stale. So let's go down that route. I think what we're going to do with our newfound massive amount of usage is possibly kick off some stuff for 𝐀𝐬𝐩𝐢𝐵 in the background as well. So, what do we want to do? Oh, I don't know why that keeps making that funky noise every time. On. What is that? Oh, cradle. Let's have a quick clean up here.
Fading glow, moving slow. Your hand
Oh no, it's logged me out. Rip.
through the afterglow. Let it go, let it flow. We don't need to hold it close. Fading glow.
Let me in. Let me in. Go for it. still got Fable. We do still have Fable. Excellent. Right, let's just cook it up on this then. So, previously we did some digging into the default shapes that are available to a player when they're building with the voxel tool. What I now want to do is investigate how we create a new menu item called the voxel catalog, which would be an include in the settlers launcher. What the voxel catalog would be is a predefined set of shapes that a user could select from, which copy directly to the user's voxel clipboard. So when they are in build mode and they press Ctrl V to paste the shape, it automatically pulls the shape that they've selected from the catalog. The way that this currently works in the game is the user can use the select voxel tool. They select the shape or set of shapes that they want to copy and do Ctrl and C, which saves it to their clipboard. They then use Ctrl and V to paste that back. What I want to do is to do exactly as I described with the voxel catalog. Instead of the user using the select voxel tool, they use the voxel catalog to select the shape that they want, and then can use Ctrl and V to paste it back in. Ideally, what we would have is when someone is browsing the voxel catalog and they're in build mode, we don't have to press Ctrl and V, it automatically selects that as the shape to be used. We already know that we can add new menu items inside of the game because we've done that with the settlers features. So creating the voxel catalog menu entry is not a problem, we would just need to create a new interface for that. We need to use 𝐍𝐸𝐫 to go away and find out what the functions are for selecting from the catalog and copying it so it becomes an active shape when the user is in build mode. Dashboard is still cooking away. Right, how much should the first content cover ship? npm and pypi reuse the same migration spine. One migration, GitHub, npm and Py together in a single build, more per ship, but one review pass and one migration. Let's do that. Right, corroboration gate. A bare public number is gameable. Anyone can claim at Facebook React and show 200,000 stars. Should an uncorroborated number or how should an uncorroborated number behave? What's this? Always fetch and show the number to the founder privately. It can't be published, investigated until ownership is proven. GitHub org domain matches the company's verified domain. Or let founders publish uncorroborated numbers, always labeled as public record, claimed unverified, more coverage, but puts a gameable number on the public surface behind a label. I mean, I feel like GitHub or GitHub organization should probably be linked to the domain, so it probably should be owner only until corroborated. That's the true like the true connected sense, right? So that definitely feels like what we should do. a lot of people that shared their profiles, so let's come here and let's see how many people we can actually tag, shall we?
If the morning comes, let it wait outside.
There's a big long list here, this could be a while.
Where your pulse meets mine. Drift away. Night will stay. Night will stay. Feel the way. Feel the way. Fade to gray. Fade to gray.
It's gonna take a while.
Close your mind, leave behind all the noise in your head. City fades far away. We can move slow instead. Take my hand, hold it light. Let the hurt lose its fight. Breathe it in, let it go. Down we drift, soft and slow. Close
That's everybody. Okay, dashboard is still going. This better come out as some magical unicorn, because this thing has been cooking for like 2 hours now. Oh, okay, looks like GitHub's in. That's going to be really cool to see on the dashboard. It's just going to have a bit of everything, I think. Maybe the dashboard will end up being those tabs. Maybe it will just have the profile tab, it'll have the company tab, and then the product tab. Or it's just one single screen that just sort of scrolls across. That could be even more cool. So you can literally see everything in one place. Kind of like an infinite canvas, I guess. Is that a thing? Not really. Not really.
Deep inside, I keep it small. I feel the pull against the wall. Your hand on mine, like rainfall slow.
So yeah, all of the dashboards have always got some sort of a left menu.
Hard lines, no sharp break, just one wave and one
I really want to try and avoid that.
let it slide.
not sure I'm going to be able to though. See, this is nice. This has just got like nice little widgets. Have a little snip of that. It's the little widgets that I really like. That's also got the voice activation where you can speak to the agent. Really just stop sitting on my legs.
If the heart goes thin, we circle that one soft glow in your eyes. Then we drift and crystallize.
Lovely, that's cooking. I don't think Fable 5 is going anywhere. Let me just say that. I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it might get tagged onto the max 20 plan, but
Deep inside, I keep it small. I feel the pull against the
that is a really nice website.
like rain falls slow. We let it pass, we let it go. No hard lines, no sharp break, just one way and one way. Let it slide, let it slide. Just the tide, just the
Save
tide.
that for later.
Deep inside.
every day with proven ideas, ready to post, stay ahead of what's winning. Right, okay. Okay. Apparently, dashboard is done. Boy, we have a dashboard. We have a dashboard. It's a bit fucked up, but we have a dashboard. Connections. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Right, okay. That connections page is being hidden. That shit is top secret until it's out. What can we do with this then? Can we resize these? Add widget. Ooh! Okay. Okay. Done. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're fucking back. That took so long. And where's that coming from? That is pulling from some magical place that yes, 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 yes. Right, now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. Postog is already connected. Okay. Okay.
Stay awake, hearts can break in the dark for your sake.
So,
Hold my hand,
this is
drift away.
brilliant.
City hush, night holds us. If the room gets cold, I'll stay close. If your mind gets loud, I'll be quiet. Stay awake, stay awake. Don't let go of me. Stay awake till the morning breeze.
Okay.
Window glow, silver on skin. Slow road home, we disappear in your eyes. Say more than words do. I can feel the fear move through. If the room gets cold, I'll stay close. If your mind gets loud, I'll be your quiet.
Is there going to be some sort of way that we can render inside of the new voxel catalog what the shape looks like before it's selected? So the catalog actually appears as a menu with different menu, like sub-menu options for, say, for example, circles or slopes, and then on the right hand side of the panel it has a visual representation of what that looks like. Can we render that? Right, dashboard. When the briefing ships, Fons will compose a short summary of your numbers, a voice on and read it back. Yes, 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 yes.
One small spark in the blue pulls me back to you.
So what I want to take a bit of inspiration on here is Metabase. I'm going to bring you inside of the settlers stats here for a hot second, because I want to see what their, this is just the test dashboard, right? Test dashboard. So when we add in data of some description, just throw in something like that, right? Link it all the way down. And that is a grid-based system, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 24 wide. And then it is basically an infinite downwards canvas. So we are going to say the dashboard is a really good start. I think this looks brilliant, and this is something that we can work on moving forwards. One thing that I want to emphasize is the ability to set the customization and the widget size. So using Metabase as an example, it uses a 24 wide grid format, and the widgets or the stat cards or whatever we're adding to that align to that 24 grid. I made that bigger than what it should be. Yeah, it probably look weird as hell. At the moment, a lot of the cards that we have on there, like the numeric cards, like the agent readable reads, the agent and AI reads, MRR revenue, for example, the cards are massive, and there's a lot of card to content ratio. I'll attach a screenshot for reference. What I think we need to do is to restyle these in a way that they are like a prefixed size and the actual content that's inside of the card is cleaned up. So for example, the MRR £0, that's fine, but then underneath it, the verified via Stripe and the synced 16 hours ago, we could just use the Stripe logo to show that it's verified, and then the synced 16 hours ago, we can probably show that differently. A card like this on a 24 grid, I don't think should be any more than about 3 wide. We need to come up with a taxonomy of the different layout sizes for the cards. So those cards can be arranged on the new 24 grid that we're going to implement that I don't think is currently in place. We also need to make sure that the dashboard heading and the subtext is removed. Everybody knows that they're on the dashboard because they're on the dashboard link, so it doesn't need to be there. The daily briefing can be compacted. That's currently full width and doesn't need to be. That needs to be a widget itself. I think that the profile, the company, and the product cards with the basically the things to do should also be optional cards that can be added to the layout. They should make up part of the default layout though, but they can be removed by the user. Whilst the grid is going to be 24 wide, we need to make sure that there is sufficient spacing between the cards, like Metabase does. There is a prefixed and a predefined gap between them. Currently, there is a horizontal gap, but there is no vertical gap between the rows. Start there.
Your voice comes soft like a coming rain. I trace the
I think we can do some clever stuff with the graphs as well. And definitely needs to sort the logos out. Like, I noticed under the connections that it's just missing almost all of them, right? No reason at all that can't be a bit more smart. But I do think, looking at that, we should probably have this same side panel. And I said this the other day as well, I think that we need to go down to 2 columns. So we have that left column as the navigation, and then we have a much wider right column. So like, for example, on the connections, it would have identity, revenue as the menu items in here. And then as you click it, that then expands full width. This is rubbish. I'm not happy about this at all. Very chuffed with how this has come out though. Right, restyle's underway, same Opus agent that built the dashboard is running in the background. Right, so we are moving to a 24 column grid. That's good because that means that it'll be responsive across mobile as well. Card size taxonomy, fine, file cleanup. We can tinker around with a lot of this stuff afterwards, but I do want to get at least a good view to really get going. But there's also no reason that it can't be full width. Think that Litland's going to be up soon, so I'm going to leave this running. I think this may be the near natural end to the stream. Where are we at now? Can't even see how long we've been up for. Nope, no idea. Nope, he's still out like a light. Didn't have a good night last night. It was a little bit of a higgledy-piggledy night, so what I do need to do is try and con my wife into making me some white t-shirts with the black font, the black logo. Found the black iron-on stuff the other day. She is my merch provider. You know, start at home. If you want to get some merch for your business, get yourself a Cricut, just a cheap little one. Get some heat-proof transfer stuff and just iron that shit on. Don't need to be spending loads of money on that. That's a little startup hack for everyone. Get your branding. That is cooking. Looks like GitHub is still chugging as well. Where was GitHub? Yeah. See, I'm gonna have to fight Product Hunt. I know it. Absolutely know it. That's a good point, actually. GitHub for identity needs to be different to GitHub for... Come back to that. Pre-rendered images. The catalog shapes are predefined. Render each one once offline. Ow. Offline mesh renderer. We'll have to do the pre-rendered images. Panel shows a rotating turnable image so the player can browse. Where will they pick up? Yes, generate a prototype for the offline thumbnail and turnable or turntable generator for the shape blobs. I can't quite understand how that is going to work. Because I'm not sure how we get the voxel data from inside the game that we want to be copying from into the generator. Let's see what that comes back with. Could be anything. Right, I think it said that it can do the 24 grid, so that's good.
Restless feelings in my pocket, like stones I can't believe. Distant echoes on the harbor, call my name and fade away.
Okay, that's fine.
I've been carrying all this weight too long to stay. And I breathe in, breathe out, let
paste.
Every wave that hits the hull says you don't have to run often. I was lost in borrowed voices. Now I'm hearing my own name softly under all the static. Something tender stays the same. And I breathe in, breathe out. Let the cold wind take me. One more
Right, rewrite, excellent.
to the shore where the hurt
Okay, I think that we've got GitHub, npm, and PyPI. PyPI? I don't even know. Right, that's actually bothering me. So on the /connections page, can you go out and source all of the missing logos from all of the connections? At the moment, you're just using letter avatars for all of them, but there will be logos that exist for every single one. That's pissing me off. I need to fix it right now.
I let the water take its place. Easy now, easy now, easy now, easy now.
That's also bugged, I think. Yeah.
Hold me through the night. Quiet healing, till the dark feels right. Quiet healing, wash me clean inside. Quiet healing, I can hear the tide.
Building.
Broken
Right, we're up.
falling slow.
Okay, so where are you? Not in there apparently. Here. GitHub stars, GitHub contributors. Where is that?
To where we were. And you still know me. You still know me. When the room goes dim and my voice goes thin. And you
Is that because there's no GitHub?
You still know me, like a trace of rain on a window pane. You still know me. You still know me.
Right.
Broken memories still call my name. You still know me. You still know me. Falling slowly
Take.
back to your
You know what? MCPs are great, but the fact that you have to authenticate it more or less every session because they constantly update it is so frustrating.
shadow waits at the edge of sound, hidden feelings.
I know it's like 2 clicks, but still.
One soft touch and I fall apart. And you still know me.
Come on, update. Thank you.
When the room goes dim and my voice goes thin. And you still know me. You still know me. still call my name. You still know me. Still know me. Falling slowly back to your face.
Perfect. Right. Okay. My lit list is up, so I think that is where we're going to call a natural close for this morning. We've had a lot done, lot done, and actually I need to write this down before I forget, because we need to add. What is this?
Horizons, I keep moving.
Super bass fell over again.
Water
Oh.
pooling, your name in the foam, slipping through my hands. Every mile I know.
Okay, so we have also done GitHub. We have done NPM, and we have done ICI as well. We have made some really good progress on the dashboard, which is currently broken apparently because it's rebuilding. That's fine. We have scribble all of this down because I'm going to forget. The dashboard. Done the dashboard. We have done the connections tab, which needs a little bit of fixing, but that's okay. We have caught up on everything that is going on in the industry, and that's about it for now. Just that much. That's fine. So with that, I am going to close off. Once again, I just want to thank everybody that's tuned in for the session. Next stream, I am going to try and move from Restream to the multi-stream through Streamlabs to see if that's any better, which means I can stream to Twitch and YouTube and X and Instagram and Facebook all in one go. And I'm hoping what that's going to do is just distribute it a little bit more. I'd like to see some more interaction in the chat across the platforms. Ideally, I want to try and grow the YouTube, because the YouTube is where all of the actual demos are going to take place eventually. And that's it. That's where we're at. So once again, thanks everybody for tuning in. I will probably not be about tomorrow. Tomorrow is my off day. I take Wednesdays off as a bit of a family day and spend a bit of time and do some jobs and that sort of stuff. So I will be back on Thursday, and we'll carry on. If you want to keep up to date with any of the updates that are going on, I'm going to drop the Discord link in the chat. I haven't posted anything in there thus far, but what I will do is probably start posting the change logs and the updates that happen off stream, just so it's better tracked. And yeah, I think that is just about it. So we'll catch up on Thursday, and until then, I hope you all have a good week. Thanks everyone.